Well, good morning. Here we go again, eh? Thursday, March 5th, 2026. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual journal. My virtual trading journal, I should say, I guess, to be specific. The idea here is that I don't multitask very well. So rather than, keeping up a journal through the day by screen snaps and typing and all those kinds of things, I use this method. Everything that I capture on my screens, obviously, is in the video. And my narration provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So it works out pretty well. And because the streams are so long, it really helps also. I have a commitment to not take any trade off of the stream. And so the stream starts every trading day at 8 o'clock now with the pre-market, and then lasts the entire day until the cash close at 1500. I'm not, don't intend to provide financial or trade advice. I'm not licensed to do so. There's a disclaimer in the description here. However, I do trade live via Bookmap here on my live funded AMP account, AMP Futures, funded by me. I also do backtesting and algorithmic, active stuff here on IRT, but it's that trading for backtesting purposes and for vetting purposes is contained within the IRT simulator. I'm not confident enough in my ability to push to code IRT to trade directly to my live account. So what I do is monitor it on IRT and replicate those trades live on Bookmap. There's that. I'm not monetized in any way, so your likes and subs are super great, and contribution to the chat is, always good because trading's a lonesome job, right? We stand here, these are standing desks, and I'm standing here for, around 6 in the morning until probably 1900, 2000 every afternoon. So there you go. All right, let's talk about the job at hand. Well, the first thing out of the box today we have our numbers, and we have, this is my first news source, which is investing.com. I keep them free so that they're accessible to anybody that monitors the stream. And you can pay for them, obviously, if you want to, and get rid of those ads, but you don't have to. That's the important part. I got my mic screwed up here. Yeah, this is investing.com. You can filter it for any time zone or reports that you're interested in. Obviously, I'm America, USA, and those I do Europe and China, Japan, and the typical ones that would affect our futures market, because I trade the futures, specifically the ES and the NQ and ES or MES at the moment. So there we go. Now, I particularly like this as my go-to because they only report traditional economic calendar events, and you can see them right here. You notice how the event title can change to a URL. So if you don't know what initial jobless claims are all about, you can click on that, and it'll show you the report and everything about it. We are also in earnings season, so that's still raging on. The Mag 7 have all reported. There's Costco out this morning, supposedly, or will be out this afternoon. The little quarter moon means after the close, and the sunrise here is obviously before the market opens. Okay, that's earnings. Now, the other source that I use is Financial Juice, and I do that for a couple reasons. Number, as I mentioned on investing.com, they track traditional economic release numbers, etc. For example, for 35 years, we've known that non-farm payroll is going to be the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning. Tomorrow, by the way. Okay, So you can make a risk plan for that and mitigate that risk. But Financial Juice pulls these kind of random events into their schedule as they are released by whoever. And these are things that they have recognized, as have we as traders, could have an impact on our auction. So I really appreciate that. And you will not see any of this kind of stuff in the you'll see the Fed speakers and the ECB Lagarde speaking, but you won't see Trump meets the soccer champions or the, what's his name, Secretary of Defense. I don't know why they changed this stuff to Secretary of War. Well, I don't understand what's going on back there. But anyway, it's been the Secretary of Defense for, 100 years. I think it probably still ought to be. Anyway, I think that makes a lot more sense than, well, I don't know. They seem to be pretty excited about war, so maybe that's why they're doing it. I don't know. Anyway, they're pulled in, and I appreciate that. Over here on the right side is more of a squawk box affair where they kind of, throw these in randomly as they go along. So there we are for the news events, and I want to do something here because that thing will just keep soaking up in resources as time goes on. All right, let's get on with the pre-market, which is probably more important than at the moment the news. Tomorrow, the big event is going to be non-farm payroll. Yes, last time was a huge questionable number, increase of 130,000 with an expected increase, with an expected decrease. All eyes are on that number tomorrow, I'm sure. This is IRT. This is Bookmap. IRT. Now, the first thing that's important, I think, notice that the header of all of my IRT charting, it's Investor RT is what it's called. The chart name, which is meaningless to anybody but me. Then there's the instrument, the periodicity, or the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can easily see what you're looking at. This is the MES, the micro ES Renko, the micro NQ, the mini ES market profile. I don't switch it back and forth from micro to mini. And this is the micro ES micro composite, or my higher time frame chart right here. Now, I do also keep the same configuration for the minis, but at the moment I'm trading the micros, and I'll talk about why later. But yeah, so that's why I'm obviously focused on this. So the micro composite chart is the higher time frame, as I said. Now, again, this is real simple. Why isn't that working? IRT is having such a trouble. Anyway, these are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them. That generates a micro composite VPOC. And these high and low volume nodes, which are represented on this chart by these red and green lines, and the values are over here, but try reading them. And all these are is the low value and the high value of value areas on this volume profile right here. Now these red and green lines push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices up here. So let's go see what's going on in Bookmap. Here is the Bookmap. I guess you're familiar with that, I'm hoping. Columns from right to left are the DOM or the price ladder or the order book, or I don't know, pick a name that you like. The prices. The resting liquidity. These are not traded. These are resting liquidity or limit orders. Depth of book, depth of market. That's what DOM stands for, or people call it the DOM. So that's that. this is my micro composite column where I manually enter, and we did trade that one out yesterday, where I manually enter the volume profile and micro composite levels. That was traded over to volume, the levels which I have identified over here on the micro composite chart. Sorry, I'm a little disjointed here this morning. And then this is the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically here. Now, this is the full session or Globex volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. These are the RTH, delta, and volume profile, which are meant to reset every morning at 8:30. I struggle with that a bit lately. And this is my statistics column, which is important to me. We'll talk about that in a second. And these are the session prices pushed automatically from IRT. Now, it's real important to me remember that, oh, hold it, I'm having a catastrophe over here. It's important to remember that I keep my approach to trading is very simple and basic, based on price, data, volume, and probabilities. We'll talk about all of that in a little bit, but that's how I do it. So everything here is really simple. You'll notice there's no indicators on my book map or my IRT. Only a few levels. Now, some of these lines I'll explain in a little while. They're kind of confusing, but you'll notice that this line is just plotting the same exact data as the cloud note. There's the previous RTH high, and there's a line to denote that. Okay, simple. There is a POC for the RTH and a POC for the full session or the Globex. POC, point of control, nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in this session. So far, we've traded 5,520 contracts at 66. Okay, the very split second that one of these other prices trades one more contract, this yellow line is going to go there. That's what happened right here. That's what happened here. That's what happened here. Here, you see? Yes, it continues to plot the yellow line, the yellow brick road here, so that we can see how price has moved through the session. And be sure you remember that the more muted yellow is for the full session or the Globex, and the brighter yellow here is for the RTH session. Then I have an RTH or a Globex VWAP, an RTH VWAP, which is volume weighted average price, and an RTH mid, and that's it. There are a couple of these price levels confuse folks sometimes, and I think it's because of the nomenclature, which comes from the market profile. IBH, initial balance high, and initial balance low, which is down below us. Now, what those levels really actually represent are nothing more complicated than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. Okay, the statistics, which are pretty important. The first thing I do every morning is determine the statistical open type that I expect for the day, for the RTH session, and then that will dictate which statistics we get for their associated price levels. And the way that's all real simple to do. It's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to previous RTH close? Well, there's the close. So it's lower. And next, how would that compare to the previous RTH range? Well, we see the RTH goes way down below us here, and there's the previous RTH high, so that would be lower in range. I changed the title of the column to reflect that, and I'll tell you why. lower in range. Now, the reason I change the column title every day is so that when I glance at a screen snap or the recording, all I have to do is see the column title and I know exactly what that data was all about and where it came from. Next thing we're going to do is clear the statistics from yesterday, and we're going to go get the ones from today. And we do that right over here. IRT, Statistics Study. We expect it to be lower in range, huh? It was higher in range yesterday. Lower in range. Now, IRT will highlight the correct column or open type after the open at 8:30, but that doesn't do us any good now. So we've determined that this is going to be the open type. This procedure is real simple, like everything I do. It looks back at the most recent 1,689 trading days of that data set. We opened lower in range 498 times. Of those 498 days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid 82.9% of the time. Overnight mid 82.9. Badam. That's all there is to it. Morning, Antonio. Oh, congratulations. That's great. I actually wanted to tell you something about Top Step, Antonio. I found out that I quit using that trading there because they closed my accounts, which were all in good standing, none of which had consistency issues or any kind of thing. They just said, we're not supporting Rhythmic anymore and closed my accounts down. I got an email that said they're supporting Rhythmic and everything again. So I'm going to send them an email and say, great, open my accounts back up. You know, I had spent a lot of money doing that, and they were all in the $2,500 range for a $3,000 account. So, yeah. And also, I noticed that they just opened the Top Step brokerage. So there's a lot of stuff going on over there. Patak doesn't sleep. I'll give him that. But I meant to tell you something about that the other day. So congratulations, a thousand congratulations. Good for you, dude. And I'm going to send those guys an email and say, okay, you closed all my accounts down that were all in good standing after you told me that you wouldn't do that. Now I expect you're going to open them back up and I'll continue to trade them. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, that's the reason I stopped and went to this AMP account, which is funded by me, of course, you know that. All right, back to the stats here. The next order of business would be the overnight volume point of control. And that would be right here. And that is 81.1% of the time. Congratulations, dude. That's really great. Yeah, now it's your money. And then we're going to just continue on down the list here with the stats. The one I want to do is the 69.9 is initial balance high. See that? And that's right here. And the reason I want to show you that one is I do that this way. I always put the initials there because remember the definition of initial balance high and low. The minute we open, this flag is going to disappear down to the top of price, above price. And I'll be wondering what the hell was 69.9. So that's why I do that. Oh, that's great, man. Congratulations. Yeah, it's a good feeling. I've passed a couple of challenges through the years. Where are we next? POC previous close 74.7. And you did that in this is not easy trading, this volatility. You know, we're looking at 50, 60 handles in the overnight here today, or more now that it's fallen out of bed. Where is it? Almost time for the TLab thing. Okay. Now I'm going to take a break here from this statistic story, and we'll get back to that in a minute. But I'm going to do the TLab snap, which, like a bad little pig, I didn't have open. And I'll explain what that is in a minute. Here, as soon as this is why I don't multitask. You can tell why I'm streaming. I'm about a donut and a half. Let's see, I did the TLab, okay. The TLab. Why didn't that? Why didn't, there we go. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. It is started or led or whatever by a fella named Tom B. He's been trading since 1980. He's a successful trader. Got a lot of good thoughts and well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Good for you. That's really great. I'm really happy that I'm happy somebody's getting somewhere here. Anyway, Tom's I have no, let me first qualify this by saying I have no proof that Tom is a trader. That Tom, he doesn't trade live in the TLab. He never calls trades in the TLab. And I have certainly never seen any, account snaps or anything from him. Whether he's real or not, I don't have any proof. But, after you're around somebody and hear him talk and things for a long time, you sort of, I believe him. I have no proof of that, but I believe he's a professional trader and he's successful and that he is and does what he says he does. So I don't recommend any other top step sites except for TLab. And every day at about 6, I post the reports in TLab, and every day at 8:20, I post this TLab snap where you see I made for the TLab there a long time ago. And this was to give the people in the Traders Lab some sort of a leg up that don't have all the same kind of charting, so they could have access to all these numbers. And I continue to do that, and I will continue to do that as long as I'm got the stream going every day as a, kind of a tip my hat to Tom deal. I was very active in there before I started the stream, and frankly, it was more, the stream is basically a suggestion from Tom in that he always tells people to only trade vetted trades and to narrate your own market and focus on your trading rather than being in a Discord place yucking it up. So that's what, here we are. Now we'll get back to the statistics, and we're going to open in about 7 minutes. So let's get back to that quickly. See what and I'm busy thinking about how great, well, good. I'm happy that there's some positive. Anyway, yeah, back to work, and congratulations, 1,000 congratulations, man. It's the big key now is to remember, don't do anything different than you've been doing. That's the key. And I know you're not, a nutcase that blows out like Gilliton or some of those guys. I saw some guy in there. He's DM'd to me a few times, Greg, and he's Boomer, I don't know what to do. My wife's mad at me. I've spent $2,700 this month restarting my Top Step accounts. I said, Jesus Christ, dude, what is wrong with you? How many times you do? I don't know, 10 or 12 times. Well, good God, I mean, you got to. And the funny thing about a person like Greg, he's a very serious He's a in the medical profession. You know, he's a respiratory therapist or something, and has worked at a hospital for a long time. He's a serious guy, and obviously disciplined, and obviously skilled, and you know what I mean. And then gets in front of these screens and just goes auto stupid. I don't get it, but obviously you're not that way. Some other guy in TLab I noticed when I was looking the other evening was saying, you know, I'm blowing up accounts like it's my job. I've blown up 23 of them this month or some goddamn thing like that, you know, prop accounts. Wow. Yeah. Anyway, you're not that way, so congratulations. And as you said, now the fun starts, and it's the next day of the rest of your life, right? So you just keep there's an old saying where I grew up that says if you pick up the nickels and dimes, the quarters and dollars take care of themselves. So if you just keep doing that slowly, your account will compound, and away you go. And of course, manage your risk, you know, and I don't need to tell you that this is about as high a risk in environment as we've been in for a long time. So, yeah. Okay, we're going to open here. I'm going to try to throw in some more of these quickly if I can. Ooh, close. Overnight low. Where's the goddamn previous low? Is 53.6. Where did that go? Oh, it's way below us. Never mind. Overnight low. I want to know the overnight low is 66.3. Is that right? Yeah. 66.3. Something, as you watch these over a long time and the overnight high, you'll start to realize that it kind of goes 52.2. These statistics always sort of work overnight mid or VWAP. And remember, this is active data, so it's moving, right? Overnight mid or VWAP, they switch off being first or most probable. And then usually it's the overnight high, the overnight low, the previous high, the previous low, the close, the IBs, those kind of things. That just, you know, it's a bit, it's kind of comforting that they remain consistent like that because you don't have to be worrying about it so much. Now let's see what we're going to do here. We're going to open in 3 minutes. What do I think is going to happen with the pre-market? Well, let's think about this for a minute. Here's our close. Beep, boop. And here we are. Now, just ballparking it, we're about 95% short inventory, aren't we? Long inventory is above the close, or the open, however you want to look at it. And short inventory is below it. So typically, in this situation, I would expect, and we're right down here on the lows, I would expect we're going to drop a little bit lower on the open, and then there'll be some responsive buying to take profit. That's what I would do. Who the hell knows? I'm not trying to predict anything. I'm just saying what I would anticipate for this upcoming RTH and the open. Here is our MCVPOC at the 82s. That's been holding for a really long time. Remember this micro composite chart, these are all daily bars. So there you are. You know, and this, I guess you couldn't ask for a more unstable geopolitical risk environment, and be real careful about those non-economic events, you know. Now, let's look at them real quick before we open here. Where'd the news go? There we are. These numbers are, I think, crap. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow at 7:30 is non-farm payroll, everybody. Heads up. 1,500, and then this guy at 1,530. I would suspect in this environment that before this day is out, there's going to be some more of these further up the calendar. You know what I mean? I can't imagine they're going to stay quiet the entire day. And this is unidentified potential risk to our market. So at the very least, my recommendation at the very least is that you trade definitely with bracket orders. Now we're going to open in about 5 seconds here, so get ready for my flurry of bitching and moaning when the thing doesn't reset it automatically. And then remember that I have not activated the trade control panel yet, so I couldn't put a trade on in Bookmap if I wanted to, but we'll go through that in a minute. Now that was the open, and it didn't reset. Let's see if we can get it to this way. And no, it's not. God, that's frustrating. I don't know. I've got it set to reset on time. I've got it set. I've been clicking it. I've been, as you see, I don't know what to do about it. It's just frustrating. Anyway, there we go. It'll reset and get together here pretty quick. In the meantime, I'm going to reset my IRT to the RTH only session so that the relationship of the session prices with regard to, value area high and low. And now, as we've changed, this has changed now, right? So this is yesterday's RTH. Look at that zipper. Isn't that a cutie? And then here we are. I don't consider these gaps, and a lot of people obviously do. For me, a gap is yesterday's RTH session, high or low, and then an open. That's how I do gaps. So shoot your best shot. Now let me stop talking and get back over here to what I was doing because I'll forget. That's really great, Antonio. That makes me, I'm real happy for you. That's super. Still jealous that you're over there in Portugal, but, you know, I'm happy for you anyhow. All right. Okay, now I'm going to save this crap, and hopefully this will be okay. One thing, these things still haven't reset. That's just irritating beyond all measure. So these, I guess they're going to just, you know, wait for 10 or 15 minutes to reset. I don't know. No idea what to do with that at that point, at this point. I'm so happy. The reason, what I was saying about resetting those IRT to the developing value area high and low represent this, the current auction. The previous value area high and low, wherever that went, represent, I think I said that wrong. Developing is the current auction. Value area high and low is the previous auction. So everybody that uses these session prices expects this to represent the previous RTH session. Well, up until we opened, this was the previous RTH session when I had IRT on the full sessions. And then the minute we opened, this would suddenly be last night's ETH. So I changed our IRT to full session, and now this, the relationship is proper. This is for the RTH previously, yesterday, and this is for today. So there you go. And what are we doing here? Well, hey, Anton. Morning. Yeah. Now, let's see, where are we here? There's that responsive buying, huh? Who's the masked man who says that stuff? Let's look at the opening print and put Blue Boy, my top secret, super expensive indicator here. And I, feel compelled to do this every morning for anybody that doesn't know what the hell I'm up to with that. This is just a blue vertical line, obviously. And the reason I put this on here now is through the day, I can just glance left, and if I see Blue Boy, I know I have the full session in view on the chart, and that's my idea, because I want to be completely aware of the context. I used to use, as Antonio will remember for sure, the VPOC migration flags, which looked like this, and wherever the VPOC had moved, I'd flag it like that. Well, I wasn't clever enough when I started that to number them, so I didn't know whether this was first or that was first or whatever, and it wasn't very good of me. It wasn't a very good idea. That's when I realized that rather than just have some flags over here that didn't really mean a lot, I would use the Blue Boy. And so that's what I'm doing. It looks like he's out of step again, that guy. He's, farm kids, they can't dance very good. Let's do it again. Don't look. Here we are. That's pretty close. So that's the methodology there. I think it's really important to stay grounded in the context of the session. And we've traded right up to and including our overnight volume point of control. VPOC migration, bing, bing, bing. If you're good at that thing, let me know how. I can't make it work. Certainly not this early in the session. Let's see what these opening things are all about going on over here now. So this is the opening. This was yesterday. This is now. Let me start this explanation. This is an opening range fade trade. I see these things on YouTube and stuff. Oh, this is the best thing, I've retired or whatever the hell, you know what I mean? A bunch of crap. So I code up exactly what they say to see if that really works or not. I figure if it does, I'm happy. Also, it gives me practice doing this. And this was yesterday for 144 ticks. It's just an opening range fade, 15-minute opening range and opening range fade trade. Now, here we are today. And also, let me say, this system is monitoring and trading against the live rhythmic data, but only within the IRT simulated environment, because, as I said in the pre-market, I'm not confident enough in my skills to take it. I have no problem with the backtesting stuff, but to take it to the live account where there's a bunch of complication when you send an order to the broker, it's got to be acknowledged by the broker. Then the broker sends a reply that they got it. Then they send a reply that it's been filled. That and back and forth before you finally have something that looks like this. So I'm not in the algorithmic trading level at that level. This is just essentially these rules being taken in the live market or not and plotted on this chart, just so that I have some visual confirmation is, if it's down here someplace, I'm going to be going, what the hell did I do wrong? But this makes sense. There's the opening range, 15-minute opening range. There's the pop through, there's the fade, and there you go. Bob's your uncle. Now over here is today, and who the hell knows? Similar situation with the initial balance trade. A little bit more complicated. This yesterday, here's today. We'll see what happens. What I've been doing with the opening range trade, and not the opening range trade, the initial balance trades, which I have vetted and done extensive back testing and stuff. Once I see a signal here, I replicate it by manually entering the trade over here in Bookmap. So now that brings me to the, if you want to trade with Bookmap, or if you want to be really pissed and you see a trade and you try to execute and it doesn't work, follow these rules. To trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel with this little padlock boy right here. Then you need to select a method you will use to trade with this application and your mouse. If you choose chart, the only active trading spot with a mouse is this active data column. You see how it's a $sign, then it's an arrow, then it's a $sign. Dome, the only places you can trade are the dome columns, and both is, as you might suspect, both of them. This trading statistics thing, I don't really look at it often, but I have figured out one thing. You need it activates itself all the time, even if I've turned it off. When I restart Bookmap, it'll reactivate, and you have to always select. I have to always select the account journal I want it to push up to, which in my case is AMP. I don't know where that other thing even goes, frankly. And then I choose multi-brackets. This is where I apply the risk neutral methodology that I use and that I talk about here. And the smallest risk neutral package you can use is a 2-lot. Let's move this over so we can watch price. Zoom around over here. Is a 2-lot because it needs to be an even number of contracts. 2-lot. Then you establish a stop loss for the entire package, and now is definitely not the time to be figuring that out. This should have happened last night, long before they opened this morning, so that you had time to analyze it and think about it. And in my opinion, my suggestion, the first criteria you need to use here is your account risk parameters. If you're trading a prop account, what's your daily loss limit? You know what I mean? Stuff like that. What's the volatility of the market in general? What's the volatility of the instrument you're trading? If you're not trading the MES and you're trading the NQ, you better figure this out. It better be more than 12 ticks. You know what I mean? What I'm saying? So once these two are established and you've thought about it long and hard, the first take profit target or risk, is for half of the package. That's why it needs to be even. And then for the same number of ticks positively as your stop is negative. The idea here is that the minute you achieve this T1 target, the trade is scratch. The worst you can possibly do is scratch, unless you're a donut and you move your stop away from entry. But we're not going to do that. So then you have the runner, and you can have, many runners as you want, or high volatility, or whatever you want to do, And in my case, this is the basic one. Now, you can also set up, this is another one that you can use, Execution Pro, and there's a whole lot of different things you can do here. You can, for example, break even. If I want to set this to break even, I click that button, and when price gets to 12 ticks, it's going to move this to break even plus whatever tick. Well, that would be entry, right? I'm not going to do that. I'll do it manually. So I've now got that configured. The little guy up here is green. Notice that I have all of my metrics across the top as I have here. I know that this is the package size, and I don't need any more of the trade control panel tools. So I can click this button again. It'll stay green because we've selected a way to trade, which I need to remember is both. Yep. And then it'll add cancel, and it'll add close, and I get the real estate back. And now we can sit and watch the market. I'll be right back. Okay, now. So what are we doing here now? Just tagged out the POC and now we're looking lower, huh? But if you want to think about it on a, that was responsive selling or buying, football, buying. And notice how the last few days they've been doing it right up to the bottom of this major previous profile or distribution, whatever that means. And here we are over here in the micro composite market profile. I think I did this, didn't I? There we go. Mm-hmm. Remember my comments yesterday about the profile not being like the auction being shut off with no upside? That's still the case here on this one. Showed you what I know. Lags out the wazoo. What's happening over here? Well, these are 5-minute bars. This is then 15 minutes. So this is not going any higher or lower. We haven't done anything yet. This little dot right down here is something I've been just goofing around with. This indicates whether the first 15-minute range is 25% or greater than the average, the ATR, the average true range for the day in this instrument. Just crazy crap to do. Like I said. And this is trading live. This would trade live this opening range fade as it did here yesterday. This is just a play around deal. There's nothing being pushed over here. Okay, and we have the this is the initial balance trade. Now this won't become a thing, nor will these pullback and continuation zones materialize here until 9:30, because that's the rules, right? That's how the definition of the initial balance. I'm going to restart here in a second. IRT. Antonio, that is really great. I'm real happy for you, dude. Were you trading micros or minis? Just a curiosity. I would guess minis, but maybe not. Okay, let's see. Where'd Blue Boy go? There he is. There we go. There we go. Let's see. It's 8:51. I'm going to restart IRT now just to see if I can get rid of the lags. So continuous jobless claims is a big miss. Yeah. Yeah, it adds up quicker, doesn't it? But one thing you might want to think about now that you've passed this for the first week or so until the jitters go away is slide back down to minis, micros. Remember that, you got to trade 10. If you trade a risk neutral 2-lot, you got to have 10 stops in a row on the micros in order to equal one mini stop. Plenty of breathing room there. Just, but I don't think you have anything to worry about it. You did fine, and just keep going. What the hell? That's something you need to figure for yourself, but I'm sure there's nothing for you to worry about. That's really great. Okay, let's see if IRT comes back up and is lag free here. Biggest drawdown I've had since about the 1st of January through, that's why I'm in the micros. You're not usually around because you head over to Tom's and then have better things to do in Portugal there in the evenings than I do. But one of the things that when I do the backtesting thing and all that crap, all that discussion around 1400 every day. But let me show you what this is about. So these are all the back tests, right? Well, one thing I do for sizing, and because I wanted to keep this trading as methodical as possible. Yeah, they did. Is this. Now, this is based on a risk neutral 2-lot package, so that you need to figure that out. And it's real simple. I put a scale factor and the actual true cost with commission. So the scale factor is 1.33, and it's real simple. It's that I will trade micros until I have won or earned, or whatever, however you want to say it, enough points to equal 1.33 times a risk neutral 2-lot mini full stop. And that happens to be, in this case, 319 ticks. Well, you see how close I got to it over here. And then the damn thing fell apart, and I couldn't figure out exactly why. But look at that string of stops in a row. Now, this string of stops in a row exceeded the parameters of consecutive stops in a row over here in the backtesting. So I had to stop. Until you exceed the parameters of the backtest, you should change nothing. So the story goes. I mean, this is what people who do this say. And so I didn't. But the minute I got over the consecutive stops in a row plus, 3 or 4, I thought, well, something's broken here. So I just stopped doing that. Yesterday was the first trade I've taken in a long time. I don't think maybe 1 or 2 trades last month because of that. So I will stick to this. Now every day there's yesterday, right? So I put my trade in there, and once this gets, as it stands right now, I need 513 ticks to size up. So I'm 200 ticks down, which would be at the standard win rate would be 8 trades, and then that would be just automatic. So that might help, something like that, so that it's not emotional. It's statistical or system driven or something. I don't know. That's what I'm going to do. But it's a bitch when you get a double target and it's $75 and it ought to be $750. On the other hand, it's kind of nice when you take a stop and it's $30 instead of $300. So there you go. Either way, congratulations once again. I'm sure you'll do great. Just throwing that out there. What's happening now? So we have no lags. That worked. Cool. Do. Well, the minute I said that, of course, it starts to have some. I guess I shouldn't use the L word. Oh, I want to get rid of that risk neutral. Get rid of that. And that. And well, pushing that initial balance higher. They got the mid now. Settlement and close up here. What's happening with these things over here now? Well, yeah, that copy trade thing is great. That's what I was doing too until they, said they weren't going to support Rhythmic anymore. I had 4 of them, I think. And you just trade the one and don't even think about it. A Bookmap has a great, but you don't execute your Bookmap, but they have a great trade copy thing. You just select the accounts and you don't even think about it. It works really well, I got to admit. Yeah, if they'll reactivate those accounts of mine, I will go right back to, because I was within 3 or 4, like one mini trade away from having all 5 of those or 4 of those, whichever it was, and funded, whatever you call it, express funded account or whatever they call that thing. I don't know. They maybe even changed the names now. I don't know. That's great. And you're doing it quick too. I'm just too slow, too I don't know, bad at trading or something. But yeah, it can be a lot quicker when you're doing it with minis. That's for sure. Obviously. I was pretty surprised that they had gone back to supporting Rhythmic and all that stuff, because I didn't know anything about it. And I haven't taken the time to send them the email anyway and try to make my case. But I got some email saying that they were, what was it? Was around volatility or something. I don't, they still send me stuff about accounts. I've had an active account there since forever. I don't pay them anything now. I don't think I even have a combine going anywhere. But yeah. Okay, so here we go. We didn't tag out the close yet. We're going to rotate around down to this low volume node. That's twice we've hit it. That micro composite VPOC up here is lurking. Yeah. Yep. Right back to the previous open, huh? Almost. So they've pretty much squared up that overnight inventory short, or that inventory short, or that short inventory, whatever. Let's see now. 9. Okay. So what's going on here? And get rid of these fractals. That's a start. Okay. Get rid of the opening range. That's another one. Okay. Well. Beep, boop, boop. This is RTH only, remember? Average 14-day average true range on the micros is 104 points. That's a lot. That is a lot. Okay, what's going on elsewhere here? Yeah, that trade copy thing, I don't know if you're doing your stuff, if you're trading, I forget, if you're trading through Bookmap or if you're still going through IR Interactive. I don't think you can to Top Step. But anyway, yeah, let me see if it's still even alive over here. Maybe I got so mad I did something to it. Multi-account trading right there. Real easy. You just click on that. I don't know whether it'll work or not here. Let's see what happened. Well, okay. If I had it set up, there would be one lead account and however many, and then there's just a thing you can select, right? And it just quietly in the background, never screwed up at all when I tried it. There was never any problems. There's another thing that I know that I came by somewhere, YouTube-ish or some ad or something. Have you heard about this thing called Algo One? It's some outfit that you take a combine, for example, with Top Step, and then you do whatever you do with these guys. They pass the combine for you. They guarantee you to pass the combine and get a payout in 30 days. And you don't pay them a penny until you take a payout, and then I guess you split the payout with them somehow or another. I've not looked into it any further than that, but and there's a million ways to skin a cat, I'll tell you. I can't imagine the prop firms would go for that, but apparently they do. I don't know. Now, if you were a mean reversion kind of a guy, you would have known to take that, or just a real experienced rearview mirror trader, you'd have known that this was that swing pivot and blah blah blah. Of course, I didn't know that any more than I knew that it wasn't going to keep doing this, or here, or or that this was not going to continue to go down. It's just. That's the first thought. The first thought I had, Anton. Yeah, checks in the mail and all, and those big lies that are so famous. We'll pass your combine, checks in the mail, and I won't in your mouth. Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes. Yeah. Something like you give them your bank account so they know where to put the money when you've won. And then you wake up in the morning and wonder where the money went. Believe it goes exactly back to zero. Well, you're not in a funded account now, right? You're in an express funded account, which means it's still a sim deal. I think. I don't know, to be honest with you. It's been the last Top Step thing I passed that was funded was in 21. So, and they canceled it because of inactivity when we were moving from Kuala Lumpur to here, and all of our shit was floating around in the ocean during COVID, and no computer, no nothing. So nothing much I could do there. Typically, it doesn't start with 50,000. When you get to a funded account, what I believe I remember is express funded account. Now you continue trading, and your profit will be $3,000 or whatever it is, and then as you grow that, if you take payouts, can take it down to zero, which wouldn't be a very good idea, because if you go in, if they call you up to a live funded account where you're, being taxed and getting a 1099 and all that stuff, it starts at whatever the balance in your express funded account is that you have. So if you drew it all down to zero, you'd start with a zero balance, I guess. That's a question to ask one of those bright shining boys over there at Top Step. I'm sure you jump into Discord and they're going to tell you all about it. Yeah, I didn't mess. Yeah, terrible performance with passing the Top Step combines, trying to be methodical about it. And at that time I was working my career too. So it wasn't a full-time thing like this. And then when I got here, there was another outfit that I quickly did a thing for, and it turned out to be a scam. Took a couple of payouts or something, and Profit it was called. They were actually over here in Sugar House, just right here in this area. But now I see they've reincorporated or whatever to a Delaware corp. So who knows? A couple of things were really important to me, and one of the reasons why I always leaned on Top Step. First of all, they were the first I ever had anything to do with from as far back as 2015 or something like that. And then these outfits that, your trailing drawdown is based on your unrealized profit, intraday profit. That is the biggest scam in the world. The minute somebody does that, I immediately have an opinion about them. That isn't good. So, yeah, that's as far. If I had to do, like I said, if they'll reactivate those accounts that they closed because they stopped supporting Rhythmic, I'll continue to go there. No problem. I was so disappointed because they were all within one or 1.5 mini trades of being using the copy thing. They were all at the same point of being express funded accounts. Pretty disappointing. And I never did combines, with the YOLO deal, like just throw one on and reset, throw one on, and if it blows up, you reset. Yeah, Anton, that's for sure. Yeah. It's sometimes breathtaking how creative they can get. One thing I've always kind of noticed, and I've been around a long time and been, known people that did things that weren't above board a lot, always. I always thought to myself, man, if you were usually they're not stupid, usually they're intelligent, and they usually work really hard at setting that scam up. I've always thought to myself, damn, what if you just applied yourself to doing the thing the right way, you'd be a whiz bang, you'd just be a house fire. I've never really understood that. I guess it's something about the illegal part or the scammy part that makes them, that's attractive, I think. Must be. Now that, the Nigerian guys, they got nothing. I mean, they're in Nigeria. So, I'm a prince. My dad was a king or whatever the hell it is. If somebody's dumb enough to fall for that thing, or a pig butcher or something, those people are in a environment where they have no other option. And if they can scam that, if they can do that, that's the only thing they got. But some of these guys, like, like what we're talking about here, well, they obviously have a website and have something going on where they're coding and doing all these things. They have skills and talents there. You'd think if they had just applied themselves to the right side of the market that they would do well. Maybe not. And the real money makers being a prop account, being a prop firm, obviously, which is just pretty much of a Ponzi scheme with all the express funded things and all that. It's just they're paying people out of the money that's coming in from the new guys, which is, I think, is the definition of a Ponzi scheme if you say it fast. But there is a path to a real account, so that's, that's a good thing. And I've never heard of, or in at least except for the thing that happened with me and the Rhythmic and all that, I've never heard of any scam things or, Top Step doing anything weird. So like Apex, is that it? Jesus, I've never heard anything not weird about those guys. You know what I mean? Nigerians, boy, they are famous. I lived in sub-Saharan Africa for about 10 years in most of the 90s. In Angola, actually, that's where Antonio and I were. He laughs at my Portuguese. Yeah, they're famous in sub-Saharan Africa as being the, creative masters when it comes to making money. They had a way when I left Angola, I spent about a year, something before I left Africa in Johannesburg. And all of a sudden, a bunch of phones would just go out in wherever, nice neighborhood. Well, the Nigerians had a way figured out. They would come in the middle of the night and rip the phone cables out of the ground, out of the, underground with a pickup truck or something. And they had some way of taking copper and burning off all the insulation and making it look like gold. And then they were turning that stuff into jewelry and selling it as 18 karat gold. The joke used to be, if you shake hands with a Nigerian, you better count your fingers. And beautiful people, really tall, really, really black, almost iridescent. Sometimes it's really, really beautiful and nice. I've never had a crossword with a Nigerian person. Beautiful people, real traditionally African, dark black, and of course, beautiful white teeth and everything. I had a really nice time in Africa. In those years, I really enjoyed it. A lot of experiences, boy. Come on, man. We're going down some more. Well, they took that responsive buying right back to the close, adjusted that inventory, and now what are they doing? Got to figure out this mean reversion thing, guys. I've got to, or just start, throwing them on. Approaching it from a point of view of just an asymmetrical trade location. You know what I mean? Just, okay, when you get it up there and here comes a double top, throw one on short and instead of the typical risk neutral trade stop, keep it even tighter or, 2 ticks or something like that, and then see what the hell happened. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how to code that so that I could backtest it to see if it had any validity or not. That's probably my bigger problems. Okay, so there was the fade, and there's the stop. Minus 26 ticks. It worked out eventually, but not right there. And the way I've got this coded is, the way I've coded this thing is that The range needs to be 25% of the thing. I talked about that already. And then the stop is the middle is equal to half of or 50% of the range. So that was just a stop there. Again, not going anyplace. Got me all motivated now to get reach out to Top Step and convince them they ought to reactivate those accounts that they inactivated for no reason. And I have copies of all the emails and stuff, so I think there's a pretty good chance of that, actually. Or I get my head out of my ass and just start making money here, but I've got to get... There's something to be said for those prop accounts, absolutely. There's a certain level of... I don't want to say fear exactly, but it removes a certain level of caution in that, you know, when it's your account and your money and it's only you, that's one thing. When it's you're doing it for somebody else or it's a prop thing, that's obviously a different story. And a good thing as far as I'm concerned. I never thought badly of it until all the scams people started floating around, but you know. Well, no VPOC migrations. Blue Boy's out behind the barn smoking or something. Let's check out what he's doing. Okay. So what do we have? There's our responsive buying right up to the close, and now bingo, bango. Boy, I tell you, that mean reversion thing. But of course, how do you know it wasn't here? How do I know it wasn't here? Now, here, okay. I guess the, I don't know. I got to think of that, but it seems to be a good, it seems to be something that I need to figure out. And I've got this only trade vetted trades pretty well rooted in my head, and maybe I need to, you know, weed the garden a little bit there, because I have no clue how I would code and backtest something like that. You know, high of the first 30 minutes, I don't know. And so as far as I would be concerned, if I were to start trying to do this, you know, just as I mentioned, an asymmetric location where it just comes up here and you get sort of an impulse high to a level, and then you just throw one on there and figure, well, if it's, you know, I'm either going to be right or I'm going to be wrong. That's strictly discretionary trading, and that's what I was trying to avoid. But I like the idea of making that money, baby. Jesus Christ. That's 60 handles. Think about that. With no heat and straight down. Wow. These ranges are a little bit, yeah, you probably have a lot of it, though, the big shot in Boca there, dude. Oh, I was thinking about your son. Have you, I don't know whether it even still exists. When I was living in Fort Lauderdale in that area, we had a boat, lived on a sailboat. And you may or may not know that Las Olas area, there's some islands off the north of Las Olas that have a lot of docks behind and things. And so we were in that area a lot. The Swimming Hall of Fame was right there on the corner of Las Olas Boulevard and A1A. I don't know whether it's still there or not. I don't know whether your son is, whether they do what they did there, but it was I'll always remember the Swimming Hall of Fame. You're looking at single prints on the market profile, right? That's what you're talking about. And Tom, sorry. call your name. So whoever's lurking about, welcome, and thanks for stopping by. I'll be damned. Cool. Yeah, that's what I thought. Great. One thing with IRT, in order to, if I get this big enough to see the brackets, I can't even really see the whole. Oh dear. If I open this up enough to actually see the brackets and read the letters on the brackets, then it starts going away as far as the scaling doesn't seem to work very well. If what I'm looking at is what you're looking at. There we go. And your singles were 39 to 32? That's still 1 point wide. See, if I take it up here to ticks, can't see anything. That's kind of interesting. Leave it there for a minute and see what's going on. What else is happening here? Am I on the right window and whatever else? I get all carried away, thinking and talking and screwing up. Don't think there's any trades presenting themselves over here. No. What happened with this thing? Okay, that's one and done, so there won't be any more of those. Well, I'm going to show you guys something. This is that fade. This is the thing I just closed, but this is the opening range fade, which is this thing here. From various people, talking about how fantastic it is and all kinds of stuff and da-da-da-da-da-da. So, and yesterday it took 140, yesterday it took 100 and whatever it was ticks. Right there. Oh, come on, man. IRT, please. 144 ticks. Plus 12 because this old system here, this graph or this indicator doesn't deal with multiple targets, and in this case there are two, so it's always leaving off T1. I don't really care normally because I can add the 12 in, but this is different anyhow. So it wins once in a while, but watch this. There's 500 days of this trade, 2 contract micro RTH session. Okay, there you go. Over 498 trading days, 223,000 1-minute candle bars, candlesticks. 67 trades. It lost $240 net. That's nothing I would pay any attention to going forward. Average winning trades $1.30. Average losing trades 56. There were 48 losers. Look at here. 19 winners. Consecutive winners 2. Consecutive losers 7. That's the problem right there. And then there's every trade, but that's the best trade. Yes, this is my go-to setup. If I want to make $100,000 a year and I was starting trading right now, this is what I do. I mean, I can't tell you how many of those things I've looked at and thought, well, is this true or not? And that's what I get. Coded exactly like they say to do it, like they say they're trading it. So maybe I'm doing something wrong. Who the hell knows? But it really, really surprising to me, actually. I would have thought just by sheer numbers, I'd have bumped into at least one person that was full of crap. I think IRT will highlight the singles too. If I haven't messed with initial balance or the market profile so much. I actually got into IRT because of market profile when I was learning that from a guy named Jim Pendlebury. That's back in that room where FT71 was learning market profile also. It was pretty fun. Yeah, that's where I bumped into it. And in those days, that's when they were real active. And Chad Payne, who was really great. Oh, sorry he left. He would be in the room every day. And if you had a question, he'd jump right in and answer it for you and do whatever else it was. Pretty cool. And then FT71 went on his way. And, the rest is history there. And IRT was real, his, something he calls them, levels. They were doing all of that for him too. Those days are long gone. Yeah, there you go. So now what are we going to do? Are we going to do a mid flip or whatever they call this and go down the other way? I'll tell you, it might not make any money or be the best idea, this only trading a vetted trade, but boy, when you stick to that, it's, if nothing else, it keeps you from just randomly trading. I'm not sure that's a good thing or a bad thing at this point, but there you are. I think where I've had a problem in the last month or so with this drawdown is the fact that the volatility was quite increased that I maybe didn't recognize right then. And also the way I had those additional filters for the volume filter and the range, ATR, I would see the signals over here on the book map, and then on IRT, and I'd replicate the trade in book map and look back at IRT, and it hadn't taken the trade because of the filtering. So I guess the short answer is I was probably my own worst enemy, even with best intentions, which old saying when I grew up, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Motive wave, he switched again. I'll be damned. There for a while, everybody was X, everything, you know. And it was that program X that when it was going around, that's what Trade Top Step did, and when they closed off the rhythmic stuff. Flex levels, that's what he used to use, that Chad had coded up for him, and essentially it was a pre-runner to what we would call cloud notes here in Bookmap. You know, he would put them in his server, and they had a deal on the IRT server, so if you were hooked up with him, you got the levels like when I pushed these session prices, he called them flex levels. I don't know if they still do that or not. I thought I guess I might be losing my mind or old timers or whatever else, but I was absolutely positive that IRT had footprints. I think they call them something else. I actually looked for them the other night after we had talked about it. I don't see it anywhere in the RTX or anyplace. Sure, they were there. Well, I thought I was losing my mind. I knew Linsoft had a footprint chart. They call it volume scope. According to Google. I looked for it the other night after we had talked about it. Well, now if they come zooming down here and tag out that IB low, it would be a signal. It's kind of, you know, not nearly as juicy as when they're right out of the chute. I don't, you know, just come around and back down again kind of deals. Let's see what happens. I'll look at that volume scope in a minute here when the dust clears. Yeah, I'm sure that I'll open that up and show you when I can here. I can say one thing for sure. If IRT's got it, I bet you it's as configurable as you could possibly dream of. That's one of the things that, it's like, God damn, dude, I just want something. I just want to move an average. I want to have 13 different things to think about. But they are pretty customizable. And I'm not saying I remember, but I know that I remember that they had a footprint chart, because when I was doing that market profile thing with Jim, halfway through the deal, he said, now I'm going to show you guys a thing that you're going to just all suddenly think is the gold mine, and you're all going to lose your ass. And it's called the footprint chart, because you're going to see opportunities everywhere. And I always remember him saying that. And we were using IRT, so that's why I was pretty sure they must have it somewhere. Whoa, there we go. VPOC migration, Antonio. Saddle up, Bubba. There's another one I wish I knew how to do. I know I say that till everybody's sick of hearing it, but we're going to get that A signal here before too long if it keeps going like it is. Oh, boy. Now we're still within the first RTH1, only 10 o'clock, so it's only been 30 minutes since the IB was active. And remember that my signal level is not the basic one. And I'm not going to change anything over here because the lags are none, and I'm going to leave it that way. There's an A, okay? But what's happened here is, and why the bottom, the lower one isn't firing, I have no clue. Irritating, but it happens. That's because the open is higher than the close, which hasn't closed yet, but likely. The low has penetrated the initial balance low, and the bar previous to the signal bar had a open higher than the close. That's the reason this didn't do it. It's right here. So now it's an A. And then if it trails down through there, we'll get a B or not. I think maybe one of the reasons why this lower B, A isn't there, if you notice on the flags, it is. I think it's having a problem maybe printing over the top of the lines. I don't know. It's making shit up. Well, we'll see what happens here now. So a B would be for price to enter the continuation zone or pullback zone. And now I have to have this is a part where I need to make, let me say this right. I think going short in a hole is stupid. Doesn't make sense as a trader, I don't think, as good advice. But if this comes down here and signals a B and back to the trigger, that's would be essentially signaling a short in the hole, and there's a B. Now, you know, that's disappointing. I don't know what to do about that, to be honest with you. That's where I realize discretion is not good. Oh, there we go. So now that B will go away. That's good. Thank you very much. Because the rule is that supposed to be is that the low is between these pullback zones, not extending past them.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
And there's no trigger yet. And one of the things that I should be, yeah, exactly. And it's a winner, man. Today, look at it. Short, bam. Short, bam. No pullback, no nothing. This is how you're making all this money, Antonio, and you're just tricking me. You're going, oh, no, look over here, dude. You're like Trump. Oh, this direction. Look over there. Epstein, what? Yeah. Jesus. Important probably to point out, as I just said, the B signal is supposed to not be there because it should have been right here. Here's the problem. When I started coding this up and realized I needed these signal markers, which are just signal markers on this chart. I had them exactly the same as the rules, but as I change the rules and do this and that, I'm not sure that I have the signal marker reflecting exactly what the rule states. And there are two different sets of things over here. For example, I can show you that. So there would be the IBC short. This is a signal. Yeah, the rule as far as this goes. And by the way, when I say trading rules, that's because IRT calls them that. So I want to stick with it. I think it sounds kind of funny, but it's not. It's just they call them trading rules, and so that's what I do. But here's the signal. So this would be the signal for the marker, and it may differ from the actual trading rule, which would have fired. Now there is the B. So it did fire the B as well. So I obviously made a change there that I forgot, I guess. Which is, what happens when it happens. And now we're going to come up here, and we could come up here and take a trigger, which would make me feel pretty well, yeah, there's a trigger right there. That to me is getting short in the hole. You see the system took the trade. But frankly, I'm not keen to do that. I just don't see the advantage of short in the hole, and maybe I'm going to be sorry about that. There you go. Of course, had I taken the trade here, I would be scaled and everything would be working out. But yeah, I don't know what to do about that. I never, previously when I was discretionary, trading with discretion only, I would not take breakouts. And this is, now, had I shorted the trigger, it would be scaled, and so, okay, no problem. It's a scratch. It worst would be a scratch. And it may just break out the bottom and, Katie bar the door. Who knows where they're going with it. But as far as the system is concerned, it took a 25-point stop right over here. So that's, yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm very aware of the fact that if you spend the time and effort to set up and backtest a system, when you apply discretion to it at any point, you nullified the work you did. I know that. But I'm also don't want to die of 1,000 cuts with my own money here. This was a profit count. Oh, you know, as we've been talking about earlier, this would have been a different story. And now I'm going to probably be sorry as hell I didn't take the trade that was signaled. And I'm going to go, see, God damn it, I can take every time I have a signal. Yeah. And it'll probably go on to T2. Yeah. Oh, boy. The joys of trading. So what do we have happening now? Well, we have higher, lower highs and lower lows. Yes, we're pretty close to lower lows or a quadruple bottom or something. Yeah, I'm sorry for putting out mixed signals with the system and then not taking it on IRT on Bookmap, but I am really now it's going to break down, and of course I'm going to really feel bad about not taking the trade as signal. Yeah, there's 10 points, so another 2 points would have been T2 with no heat. My own worst enemy. So which is worse, taking breakouts or calling bottoms? You know, that's the joy of trading. That's double-edged sword. Which is it? When you take a long down here, an asymmetrical, even if it's an asymmetrical trade, you're picking a bottom essentially or a top. You take one of these trades, you're going short in the hole, looking for a breakout. I don't know. As it turns out, the signal would have been the winner, T1, and maybe not quite to T2 yet, depending on the entry. And if you got in at 4, there's 10, and 2 more is 12. That could have just been T2. So I guess I wussed out. Well, that makes me feel good, Antonio. I'm glad I can help it helps somebody. And yeah, it's a pretty good, if I'm trying to keep track of a Discord room and all that kind of stuff, it's so easy for me to get distracted and not be focused on what I'm trying to do, even though I'm not doing a very good job of it over here at the moment. At least I'm more focused on it. And so that's what I got to do. This is, ever since this has been a year now, my career evaporated a year ago, February. And so this is what I've got to do to support the family. That's why I'm crunch time, actually. When you're making a lot of money and it's, trading's kind of fun or, oh well, or, you know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden the reality jumps around there. Well, we're going to have about a 9 bazillion bottom. I don't know. Is this some sort of a thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it's an 8 bottom. That's gotta mean something. It actually does mean something. I guess they're accepting price down here. That's what the whole concept of the migrating VPOC is. Remember the definition from the pre-market. This is for anybody that's not, Antonio or Antoff, or that doesn't know. The POC is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the RTH session, we've traded at 68.35.75. Somewhere around 5,800 of them. So what's that mean exactly? That means it's the most, okay, I'll trade there. Remember that our system, the futures trading is a zero-sum game, business, endeavor, whatever. There is no possibility ever that there are more buyers than sellers, or sellers than buyers, either one. This is resting liquidity. This is not time and sales or transacted, trades. And by the definition of our contracts, it requires a buyer and a seller. So every time you think this thing is going up and you're sure of it, somebody is just as convinced it's going the other way for whatever reason. The way price moves up or down is aggression. Price moves down because sellers cross the inside market and hit the bid. Price goes up because buyers are aggressive and they come across the inside market and lift the ask. But there's never more of one than the other. So, that's the reason for Tom's famous, the market goes down to go up and goes up to go down. And that's the truth. Because if you stop and think about it, who do you suppose has got the money to be buying all these contracts that somebody's selling over here? Just looking at today. And how would that somebody be able to make a profit? Stop running the stops, so are they engineering liquidity to get their orders off at a favorable price? I don't know. But, and I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist. I think it's a fact, and I'm trying to work out exactly how to get on the right side of it, frankly. And for everybody that says you never go short, never short the bottom, or go short in the hole, there's somebody that says you should, and that you should always go long, sell into weakness or buy weakness, or I don't know what it is, what all those expressions are, but it ends up being confusing for an old guy. Now, that trade that I commiserated about and didn't take, which I'm still think was a bad example of me, but it hasn't really done anything, right? It scaled, perhaps got T2. Had I been trade managing it, might have taken it like yesterday. Otherwise, it would have been not working out so great. And I really don't think going short in the hole was a good idea, or going long at the top. Previous to all of this, when I considered breakouts, I actually have an error code in my older journals for BR breakouts, or BO breakouts, Because me personally, I recognize that when I tried to take a breakout, generally it was a FOMO. It was late to the party and FOMO. So, none of that pays the bills. But, the point of this is, and the point of this incessant narration is to get my thinking into the recording or the stream, obviously. So, sorry about that. I better water up here. You guys get ready to trade. I'm going to go get some tea and water. That's usually when the great stuff happens. Well, what are we doing here? Oh, we're at VPOC migration on IRT, but not thing. What do we call it over here? We had the developing VPOC here. Drop down to the 18s. I tried to keep the colors the same, you know, green for the higher initial balance and yellow for the developing, all that stuff. Let's see if I'm full of crap or nope, there we go. And if you see now on Bookmap, there it is. And I suspect if you see the volume, it's very definitely more, well, what is it? We can't tell, more than here. But I suspect this might have to do with that, the world famous session start story with this volume profile. Yeah, I agree with you completely. Completely. That's called engineered liquidity. What I was talking about, zero-sum game, right? They're taking the, yeah, I think, I don't know, this is pure. This is a Zach fact. My son's named Zach, and it got funny. His friends used to, they said, damn, Boomer, these are Zach facts. He's real convincing, and he would just spout something like the truth, you know, and they all got wise to it finally, and so they started calling him Zach fact. Is that a Zach fact, or is that really the truth? But anyway. With the zero-sum, you know, I believe this is a Zach fact, but I believe it's essentially the truth. I don't think Goldman Sachs trading floor has had a losing day in like 5 or 6 years. You know, that's pretty amazing. And here's that VPOC migration now, so it's just late. And not to the... This has got to be a function of my... I did a bunch of squats and I'm out of breath, sorry. The volume profile. Obviously, this is a function of when this resets. So this crap I can't get ironed out about the volume profile resetting on time is impacting the POC. Now they're the same, so let's see what happens. And on IRT, you see over here that it did go down, held down, and now it bounced back up a little bit. So, yeah. And Antonio's threw another short on now. He's just adding, you know, he's adding more money to good money over here. Oh, wow. Phew, excuse me. Now, this is about the time when I would say, okay, by golly, that VPOC migration is working, and then I'd go short, and some bitch will go up to the mid or something, you know? I just stay away from it. Well, if you do, you've got to have the carry margin in your account, you know? And for example, in this extreme volatility to do with this Iran thing, with AMP anyway, the carry margin for, or the maintenance margin for the minis is $24,000, or 26, and for the NQ is 40,000. So if you're going to carry them overnight, even just through that period of, even if you're going to carry it just through the period of the session close to the ETH open, you got to have that in your account for each contract. Otherwise, it's margin call time when they close you out. So yeah, that's I'm agreeing with you there that there's not a lot of retail guys, and if I'm not mistaken, I don't think I am. The prop people, you've got to be flat even before. You can't even wait until 1600. You've got, I think with Top Step, you've got to be flat by 1510, maybe. It is. I forgot exactly, but yeah, they don't allow you to do it either. And that's sin, for Christ's sake. But that's, you know, that's got to do with their bookkeeping, I'm sure. But see, here's the problem I have with market profile and IRT to do with scaling in these monitors. I mean, if I get it up there where I can easily read those letters and see what's going on, I can't see jack as far as the profile is concerned. Now there's the whole profile, so I can pretty much see that today. Look at that spike there, huh? That window, yeah, amazing. Now what's going on over here? Yeah, I sort of did that. Right now, I've got it at 1 point. In order to get the entire profile in this window, you know, that's just a point high. So. Same as you've got for 4 ticks. All right, I'm a big shot. I'm a cowboy. I'm a gunslinger. Let's make some money. Yeah, maybe not. There was a time when I didn't know any better. God, that was painful. Ooh, I don't like thinking about it. Those decisions and those times in your life where there was a fork in the road, you know, and you chose the wrong one. That's, I try never to cry over spilled milk, but sometimes you think, damn, boy. Just holding a little bit below yesterday. There he is. Yesterday's low. Now Rod has a thing, one of his statistics where, let me think of how it goes. When the BPOC migrates outside of or above or below the initial balance, high or low, but it needs to be by I think it's a minimum of 4 points, maybe 5. Which this is not the case, of course, but made me think of that. Yeah, here you go. Now this is, what am I doing here? Am I talking? Yeah. This is something I don't know, you know, I just opened it to the default thing. This is called the volume scope in IRT right there. Open new chart, blah, blah, blah. This is their footprint. There's other ways. Now this is based around a candlestick. And I'm sure you can do a myriad of other things with it. Let's monkey around here and see. Oh. Yeah, baby. That's what I mean about configurable. Wow. So I would need to think about all of that. And I'm sure you can do delta. Yeah, delta profile. Delta, apply, what happens here? There you go. I didn't know I had one of those things here. Okay, always, you know. Good for you. I got to start letting you take the lead here and follow along. You're doing a hell of a lot better than I am. I'm happy to do that. Candles, boom. Fly, boom. There you go. The volume profile, or the footprint chart that I'm used to, is the one with the, you know, like a box. And you read across just like a dome. Basically, it's a dome. Now, somewhere that's in here someplace, but that's what the volume profile for, or the, there's, as you can see, there's about a gazillion different things you can do over here. I don't remember what they all were. And it's called the volume scope. And there you have it. And then I am sure that you could put the, you know, session prices and the levels and all that stuff around here too, and IB high and all those things. Discard, boom. I knew it was there somewhere. I just had been such a long time. Oh, are you going to go down here and do the IB a low again and do an A this time, are you? You rats, you. Now they're going to monkey with it from the other side. The problem I would have now being the the waffling little mistress of trading that I am, I'd be worried about going against the migrating volume profile if I were to take a long. Just can't please somebody. An old expression where I grew up, you'd bitch if you were hung with a new rope. I guess that's me. All right. Ooh. I hope wherever I know Anton is in a nice spot weather-wise, and I'm hoping Antonio is as well. Typically, I think Portugal's always got great weather, but right now we've got about 24C going on over here, which is roughly 72. Yep. For the effers in the ground. Excuse me, I didn't get to the mute in time. Oh man. Well. Oh, looky there, huh? Teasing me. Oh, now you notice that in IRT, are we looking at it? Yep, we are. The developing volume POC down and back up. Not yet Not the case yet in Bookmap. There's this little doohickey here, but I don't think that's it. Seems like it should be higher than that. We should be at 24s. Oh, that's about right, I guess. So what it didn't do was go low as Bookmap IRT did. No, what the hell with it. Wait a minute, is that even possible? Yeah. Yeah, it didn't go as low. IRT's, this came down to the 18s and then back up. Okay. Now what are we doing? Is this going to be a VPOC bounce to the mid and the somebody or other or something or what? No A signal because of the candle configuration or the bars. $11 Oh boy. Oh, that's great. So you start trading the ETH whenever, when you get back from dropping your son off at the pool or whatever. Yeah, that's what I need to do is just a couple of bangs a day and get the wolf off the door. You know what I mean? Just to cover the nut. I'm not trying to be Carmine Jr. here or something. Not that I would turn down a couple 100,000 a month, but I'm not sure that that's real or not. Yeah, I don't know. I got to do something. I almost have more. I almost have an equally deleterious problem as some of the, like Killaton and those guys we were laughing about or talking about earlier. I am extremely disciplined, and I have no problem sticking to that. So the minute I see a trade that I think looks like I might be wanting to take it with discretion or whatever else, I just don't. And I think that could be, that's not good either. Anal Andy, I guess it is, or something. I don't know. Well, if you're on that, still got that long hanging on, good for you. That's great. Not hanging on, but still in play, I should say. That's interesting, yeah. I'm just usually getting my act together here with the stream and stuff to be, and getting up and moving and the family going or whatever else it is. Not that you're not, but I'm not ahead of this curve quite enough to be looking at the ETH. And there's lots of people that do fine with her, obviously. Mm, 68.33s. Well, I don't know where you're looking at all this liquidity, but the VPOC is right there at the 5s, or that's where it migrated down from, and that's the overnight low. And there's a high volume node there. Are you talking about bookmap liquidity? Or market profile? Let me look. Hold on. Nobody move. No, I don't see a lot. I'm not seeing a lot of it there either. Yes, what? Yes. Bookmap. Yes. Market profile. I know you guys understand this, but for the sake of the stream, this is my journal and I'm just sharing it openly, and it is by no way implied or intended to be my way or the highway. I'm really interested in what anybody's doing, and Don is busy making some comments here, and I'm real interested in genuinely interested to know what he's doing. He's a successful trader, as is Antonio and anyone else. If you think I'm doing something right, if you think I'm not doing something right, if you've got something that's consistently profitable, speak up, or or like call me, whatever. This is just the goal is for us all to have a consistently profitable trading business, as far as I'm concerned. Me included. Bookmap. Well, I don't have any big liquidity there on Bookmap. That's the problem. Now maybe I need to recalibrate my stuff, but I don't have a lot of liquidity unless you're looking at this right here. I've got 68s and 120s, I guess. I don't use the colorful stuff, and I don't have the, if you widen this out, you do get more of, you know, more widened places. Let me make sure I'm not screwing myself here again. I'm paranoid about that. I've had more than one kind of trying to figure something out and then click over here and suddenly you have a freaking trade on. Okay, here, I guess is what you're talking about. I also don't do the color stuff. I like the black because of contrast for my eye. I wish I could get the background here black and still be able to have some color. Rod uses the color stuff, and I kind of like that when he posts something. And even the black and white, what I've had to do is use the old legacy colors or whatever it is to get the blacks here. So maybe I'm zoomed in too tight, huh? That's what she said. Yeah, well, here's that price check at aisle 3. Price check on the big aisle. Tom's got to be, oh yeah, he's well into his stream. I haven't listened to that in a long time. Yeah. I couldn't say what I think's going to happen from here. One of the ones I guess you could be looking for would be the, look at that 311s at the 39s up here, right at the VWAP. You know, is it going to be a VWAP VPOC? We're almost in whatever they call this doji boy over here, or indecision candle. And has any random risk crept into the schedule here? No. Okay. Still as was. Good. Cool. Okay. Oh, look at him go. So much for my VWAP, huh? Now is it going to be mid? Back to the open. Looky there. So we've spent the whole day and we're right back where we started. I think you call that speculation. And frankly, I have I mean, I'm just spouting off trades that I've heard them talk about in TLab and wherever else, you know, structured trade, whatever. I got no stats or data or anything. There is bid or VWAP, VPOC, very definitely. Something they speak of often. But if I don't have one thing I took away from the TLab, frankly, was that everybody's got a structured trade. Everything is a structured trade. And I ask repeatedly, may I know the statistics there, or what's the data? I don't get any answers. So, and I'm not saying anything wrong with that or what they're doing. I'm just saying that I believe that having the data and a vetted trade is important. So, until I figure out a way to code mid to VPOC after VPOC is, you know, all the rules that I would think are important, I'm not going to say that it's a vetted trade, and then therefore I shouldn't be taking it. And they're still going up. That Levitt chick dancing around with her clothes off, or what's going on here? Oh, I guess probably not. I believe she's pregnant again or something. Maybe I dreamed it. Who knows? I don't know. Fixed the prints from 3-3 out here. Okay. Those aren't singles, but yeah. Well, here comes the mid VWAP now. The reversal something or another or whatever else. Wow. Did somebody say something or what the hell happened there? Or is that just speculation on the hoof? Right back to this bar. Lots of success with Harry and what's his name? Rod and those guys with the bar trades, breakout and retests and V reversals. Obviously, this is a beauty. If you got short there, that's definitely 2 points in about 2 shakes of a dog's tail there. Jorgensen is his name. Low volume node. They took it right to that low volume node, took out that liquidity, and down they came. I'm trying to just figure something else out that might work while I'm standing here. What's happened over here? Obviously nothing, because it's way far away from anything meaningful to do with this initial balance. This better not be doing anything because that's over long ago. Some other ideas that people were talking about that I've coded signals for, just for the hell of it. The world famous Wyckoff volume liquidity vacuum, which is what that ICT guy renamed and claimed he dreamed up, called a fair value gap, but it was a Wyckoff thing for years back in the 20s. That's what this signals right here. And all it is it's a low, a bar, and the high of this bar is greater than the low of here, and it's less than the low of there. Easy. There you are. This is a something somebody was talking about with an engulfing bar. Just different stuff, trying different things. More for the practice of figuring out how to do these signals and stuff. I want to do the VPOC migration still. Oh, look at this shit. Look at here. Wow. Boy, I hope somebody took that damn thing short. Look at the mid. Now there's a structured trade, mid VWAP, mid VPOC. Wow. And what a trade it is, 40 handles. I hope somebody did it. I'm sure somebody did. I'm sure somebody did. Yeah, I like hearing Tom too. Also, to Tombian. I think that AI picture of him they've got in the new deal is pretty funny. I'm assuming that's AI because it sure as hell looks different than the real picture that used to be there. But pretty, yeah, whatever. So what? My, VWAP or mid to VPOC, just about as clean as you could possibly get in 24 hours. That's the stuff I need to be doing to turn this mess around. Or, that's how you, I guess. I don't have any setup around that. I don't know what, you can't just arbitrarily pick the mid, and maybe some way you could code this dramatic move up so it's a sharp V reversal. I don't know. It's frustrating to me to know that the majority of trading at an institutional level or hedge fund level now is all out automated. It's all algorithmic. And that means somebody can code this crap that works. I admire them. I envy them. That is the proverbial ATM in the basement. Okay, let's go over here. Oh, well, we did get another A. This B is just not, is being bashful, and I don't know what the story is with that. I must have done something different or wrong or something. So is this a long trigger? I guess it would have been. I'm kind of asleep at the wheel here, not watching for it. But well, there's a trigger if you want to be precise about it, but oh, I just remembered something. Yes, I did. I just committed the immortal sin and didn't have both turned on. Now, if I look at this on a shorter term time frame, what do I see? Higher or lower highs, lower lows, thinking it's going to be going down. Back at the BPOC again. Oh, and I'm right while I'm talking. And that, I don't know what to say. I need to come up with a different something. These These IB continuation trades aren't working worth the hell. Or initial balance trades aren't doing so well. I'm not in them or losing money in them, but I'm just standing back here a bit. And so far, my caution is paying off. I'm not sure whether that's just being a wuss and justifying, rationalization. Aren't humans good at that? Oh, look at them go. Hmm. Well, man, they're spanking them now. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Look at there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times a lady. There's the context so far. Well, sort of. There we go. I'm going to click this off again before I make a mistake and piss forever. I'm pretty sure I'm never going to screw up and, grab something by accident in the dome columns. But when I'm busy looking around and talking and, trying to size this stuff more than once, this has happened. And then I'm going, wait, what? Cancel, close. So just being upfront about it. And if I wanted to get in quick right here, I could keyboard it also with a market or a limit or whatever. I can hit the bid or raise the offer or market, I think. Yeah. Limits. Are they asking the bid? In other words, hit the bid, buy market, cancel all, sell. They are. That damn Antonio's got this VPOC migration figured out, and he's not letting us know. This is where I would have gone, okay, 2 times, okay, so I'm going to get short. And then, you know, that's typically where I go with that thing. And that's nobody's fault but mine. But as they say, confirmations for Catholics, we're traders, so, you know, take the signal and go. Is this one of those VPOC migration? Is this one of those asymmetric trade locations? I think if you were doing a TLab thing, this is probably an area that would have been a real well-agreed spot by Tom and whoever else. VPOC, mid. The problem with those they're both right there, you know. There's the POC. I don't know. I don't know. Low. Yeah, okay, thanks. Low volume node. I'm going to go foraging here. I see. Boss is summoning me. That's always a good thing. No matter what she's got going on. Yeah, I really like your scheduling there, Antone. Do some Latin jazz. Well, at the moment, all that we've got on investing.com is talking feds, and then Lagarde is speaking at 11, 12:15 Bowman, and then we've got the 15s and after we've got the world famous admin. These guys are going to monkey around until it's World War III if they're not careful here. This is not a good thing. All right, she's come to get me twice now. I'm going to be in big trouble. And she spanks really hard, so we got to be careful. Got the music going. We got... Anton is on the helm there. He's got everything under control. He's in and out and rich. And Antonio's got his His combines pass and is a funded account. Congratulations times bazillion for him, to him. That's really cool. What is this now? Look at this thing we got going on here. Are you watching? Yeah. What was that for? Into liquidity there twice. An asymmetric trade location if you're quick. Big if there. Okay, I've got this thing on dome only, all right. So the cat can't mosey through here and make some trades for me. That's a good thing. Hello. Yeah, well. Ooh. My goodness. My goodness. Boy, they are punishing some boys and girls today. Wow. I'm assuming that this crap has to do with, I guess this could just be a stop run. Not a lot of stops though. Oh, well, I lied. 1156, excuse me. I wish I could find that video. I'll have to look for that video from consolidation at 92s. Yep. Well, 95s, I guess. I have. Or why, you know? I think I have different data than you do, Anton. I don't have any big deal at 92s. Or, you know, maybe my eyes are getting worse than I thought. Let's check. Got a consolidation right down here at the, I guess you could call it 92s. You talking about the deviation band on the, what, on a Bollinger or something that you've got on the MA? What MA? Or market profile again, sorry. Yeah, Harry and Jorgensen and some fellas in Static, that thing Rod's got. They trade consolidation and bar trades, they call it, breakout and retests. A lot. Yeah. And I'm not opposed to anything. Like I said, if throwing cow crap at the wall and made some pattern and was successful trading, that's what I'd be happy to do. I just don't want to just do random arbitrary stuff I don't understand. So I try to do the vetted story, and I'm not good enough or fast enough at coding this crap up to have all these different irons in the fire. I mean, that's a big problem. Just having the one vetted trade is essentially useless, right? So yeah, all of these are valid, and I watch these guys take them, and Rod and those people take them and make all kinds of money every day. And yeah, see if I can find this one thing from yesterday from Rod for you to have a look at. Static is a thing Rod built. I guess you know that, and it is it's, I just pinged him and got invited and said, well, I'd love to be part of that or whatever. And so I was lucky enough to have that happen. But if I can see this one there. Oh, wait a minute. Wrong monitor, wrong computer. Oops. Hate it when that happened. There we go. Okay, so I don't think this is anything that would be. I guess at some point I had to ask Rod, but every once in a while I want to share something that I think is meaningful that we are talking about. So, here's that consolidation back up, obviously around the overnight volume point of control aligned with it, and then here's one of his normal trades. And I'll point out to you that that's 71 to 67.71 to 68.02. 20, almost 30 handles. And this is what I was talking about with the, if I could, this isn't, when you can see it here now, it's not the black background. I wish I could do that because this green bothers my eyes kind of much better than I like the black much better. But this is how he would have his structured. So that's the way to trade them, One of those every day and you're done like dinner. That's for sure. One of the other fellas in there, no, that's a dome. Never mind. One of the other guys in that place uses footprint all the time, but I don't see anything from him. And Sierra chart, I think they do Sierra chart stuff. I know Jorgensen does, I think, and this guy named Justin. There's only about 3 or 4 people in there. Look at him go. Look at him sell it. Wow. So what is this? Sell the rips, right? Don't buy the dips, sell the rips. And here we go into yesterday's lows. Yeah, it's not true. Hold on, something doesn't look right. Where am I? What page am I on? I mean, obviously they're, selling the rips would be good strategy. There's 15 handles. What I was just looking at that didn't make any sense to me is oh yes, Jesus. Well, my eyes are getting bad. Wait a minute. Okay, that's about right. I was looking at the relationship of these candles. There's a previous low. Here we are now. Previous RTH low, and down here we are. Okay, so that sounds about right. I'm, paranoid after this data drama that's been going on and lags and stuff. Yeah, I think I did mention that yesterday too. I didn't. That's yeah, that's the way to go, obviously. Well, they are certainly expressing a negative opinion about this market right now. Wow. Wow. Well, they're damn near 100 handles. There's 90 handles if you took that if you took that high. That swing high up there. When we tested yesterday's close, holy smoke. Those are the kind of trades that make you well, I guess. Of course, it's only rear view mirror that I'm able to pick those out. And I really, I'm envious of those who can pick them out in the real live market. Got it. Yeah, they're definitely looking for value, that's for sure. If that's what you mean by price discovery, I'm assuming it is. Or, yeah. Mm-hmm. I used to use a range chart also rather than a Renko. I think it was Rate of 8, maybe? Yeah, there's so many different ways to slice and dice the market. It's just kind of got to go with what you think. I don't really ever trade off of the Renko charts on my IRT, for example. I just am looking at them for context, you know? I guess I could say. Let's see here. Range per bar. Let's make it, no, let's see the 12 ticks up there. Oh, there's a 12-tick range bar. I should have made a snap of the, yeah, wait a minute.
Get out of the way here, Mr. Big Shot. Boop. What happened? There we go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was range bars I used. The Renko's kind of, the zipper idea was, you know, something on the Renko bars. What range do you use? It seems like I used to use a 9 range, I think. This was, I just left this at 12, but man, they're hammering them down here, aren't they? Ooh. Squeezing those longs from yesterday, I guess, and the day before. A lot of buying in that buying tail there. Maybe regretting that. Okay, I'm going to step away here for a little bit and go rest my eyes and whatnot, and keep out of the way of this 12 o'clock stuff. I don't like lunch business. Still pretty surprised that nobody from the Random Risk Band has taken the stage, yet I'm fully expecting somebody to jump out there before 3 o'clock. We'll see. So I'll be standing by. I'll leave this on the book map, and I'll be back shortly. Really enjoy the dialogue, and again, Antonio, if you're around, super duper on that. Congratulations, well earned on the funding. Well, we're in the 12 to 1 here, so this session is got all the earmarks for a 12 to 1 statistic, which says simply that if we're in a directional market, which we obviously are, if the high or low is exceeded at some point between 12 o'clock and 1300, then there's an extremely high probability that if that particular high or low will be extended again at some point between 1300 and 1600. Yeah, like most of those statistics, it's pretty much yeah, take care of yourself, Anton. Oh, good for you. Yeah, absolutely. Best of luck to your son. That's super. We'll be thinking about him. We'll put a good luck deal here. Yay. Oh, no, wrong one. Yay, there we go. Anton Jr., the fish. The fishy boy. All right. So, yeah. I'm going to step out and rest those eyes. I'm going to eat my own dog food. Get some exercise and rest my eyes. There you go. Oh, what'd they get up to? Just more of the same, huh? VPOC migration? Hmm. Yeah, back here, and it seems like they've just been banging it around since I left. Remember, we've got non-farm payroll in the morning at 7:30 too. Looking at my singles marker here, I'm not sure why the damn thing is that way. Doesn't seem to make any sense to me. I think that's better. That makes more sense. These are singles there. And the range is All right, so let's see what we can do here now. The world famous power hour. Typically every day what I do is at this time is go through my approach to trading and then how I'm backtesting and coming up with vetted results. So I first accepted the fact that the markets are random. Trying to predict which way it's going to go is, I mean, sure, it's easy in hindsight. But let me make an example here. What's the market going to do today right there on the hard right edge? Just looking at everything. Overnight, open, the hard right edge, overnight trade. Do you know it's going to do that? And down here, what are you going to do? Now, we have the benefit of being able to see the volume profile here right now, so that's cheating, but you don't know. So, and in my opinion, you couldn't know because there is, millions of investors or traders that are all voicing an opinion one way or the other at any one time. So I choose to look at it from a point of view of probabilities. And the reason for that is I realized, from listening to and learning and reading about whatever some of the most successful hedge fund people and traders in the world, that's how they approach the market. They approach it strictly from a point of view of probability, the number of occurrences, trade small, trade often, however, all those different phrases, and the law of large numbers. And I mean, Jim Simmons and Paul Tudor Jones and Druckenmiller and I'm talking about the best of the best, and or the most famous anyway, Mark Douglas and Tom Sosnoff and those guys. So, so what you do, according to them and everything I've read, is you identify a pattern that recurs frequently. Obviously, you don't want to pick a strategy that happens once a year and is relatively a consistent kind of a thing because it's of its repetitiveness. And in this case, I chose the initial balance trades. There's one every day. There are two every day, actually, initial balance high and initial balance low. So, and then I identified some parameters that I thought validate an entry, either an IB failure or an IB continuation. And I set about setting up, coding up a trading system that I could utilize with a backtesting engine to generate a statistically significant data set, completely non-discretionary trades that followed those rules exactly. Where I ended up was this right there. Now the beautiful or the good or the beneficial or however you want to look at it thing about this is I'm not saying that the rules are right or anything else, but once you've established a set of rules, and this is kind of elongated, but there are essentially three trading rules, and I call them rules because that's what IRT refers to them as. There's an A, there's a B, and there's a trigger. Only three. But there are initial balance high, and there's an initial balance low. Well, this is the initial balance low. Up there's initial balance high. And so there's four trades associated with these. You could come up, price can come up here, take the initial balance, pull back to the pullback zone, again, not very imaginative, which would be a B, the trigger zone, and mean reversion. Same down here. Or come up here, A, B, trigger, continuation. Very simple. Didn't say this was rocket science, and this is where I had to start. So I came up with these, you know, this little housekeeping, and then the signals, and then the trade management. It's a 2-lot. Stop, T1, T2. And in the case of IRT, and I suppose most any other backtest environment, you got to write a rule for everything. So there's a rule for IB high, failure short. IB high, failure continuation. IB low, failure long. IB low, failure continuation. You know, you got to write all of those rules and have stops and entries and everything associated with it. After you've got that working right, you can then backtest it. And I realized right away that there was no way I could backtest manually by just scrolling along, you know. A, B, trigger. Did it really satisfy the exact rule? Did it really satisfy the exact rule? Did it really satisfy the exact rule? And then go on and on. You know, especially in the environment I chose, which is 1 minute candles, periodicity of 1 minute. And to do that over a statistically significant data set, so that, which is mandatory. If you aren't very religious almost about every specific rule being exact, then you can't include that instance in your data set because you're not comparing apples and apples. And you're doing this to identify trades for you. So who are you trying to kid, you know? Who are you BSing you? How stupid is that? Mirror, mirror on the wall, right? So here we come back to the backtest engine again. Now I can set this up for 500 days. See, I just did this earlier. The instrument, 2 contracts, 500 days. The session. Okay, the reports. Whoops, the reports that I'm interested to look at here. And then now I can run the backtest, and what will happen is the computer will go back to the very big, however many days back. It will go through every 1 minute candle and evaluate every one of these rules over every 1 minute candle. These are basically Boolean statements. So when they return true, whatever happens, you know, long triggers, whatever. And here's the beautiful part about doing this. I'm going to backtest that 500 days of 1 minute candles on the MES. Nine seconds to backtest 223,525 1 minute bars. Going back 498 days, trading days. That means it tested 866 trades, 420 long, 426 short. Now imagine, first of all, the computer did that without absolutely any possibility of discretion. Okay, so that means that this is a statistically significant data set, and no question about it. It may not be any good, but it's statistically significant. So, yeah, there he goes. He got his singles filled up. Now you got your singles filled up there, Anton. So, or repaired, I should say. So there is the. I think I forgot to put backtesting. Yeah, I did. Boo, his boo. So what you can do now, on top of that, is you can get some meaningful data. Maximum favorable excursion, $216.25. Maximum adverse excursion, $42.50. 526 winning trades, average $30.85. 155 stops, averaging $12.87. 41 consecutive winners, 5 consecutive losers or stops. And for the real analysis, this is every one of 866 trades right here. The exact entry, the time, the date, the entry type, the exit type, and the dollar evaluation over here, or result. Now that's data that you can lean on or not to validate a strategy. And I take it one little bit more than that this way, because I'm not very, every one of these lines is a back test. And all the results that are important in my opinion. And filtered here are the ES above this. This is just the MES. And here's the ones I was doing on the 6th. That's supposed to be 3. What's the matter with me? Wrong date. I was doing this on the 3rd. The date, the instrument, tick value, periodicity, 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2, 2 contracts. At 12 ticks, the trigger, it scales to break even or entry. I'm sorry, it scales to entry. Now, this happens to be for the month of February, so let's just step up one here. Right here, let's go the same idea. 498 days, 864 trades. I think that's pretty close, wasn't it? 523 winners, 31 bucks, $1.55, 155 losers or stops, $13, and there's 886 scratch. That means 886 of them went back to zero. 71.30% win rate, 28 loss rate, average expectancy, R value, risk to reward, profit factor, trades per day, MFE, MAE, consecutive winners, consecutive losers, long, short, profit, gross, commissions, net. And you can, if you want to, which I used to do, but I don't anymore, there's, standard deviation and returns and return index, Sharpe ratio, Sortino, alphas, correlation, R squared, whatever. In my opinion, that is a data set that you could lean on and trade, which is exactly what I've been doing. Now, something happened, whether it was to the market, whether this lost the edge or something, but it exceeded. You can't change anything as long as the parameters are in line, whether it's winning or losing, drawing down or profitable. Until I exceeded the consecutive losers in a row or stops. Then I need to stop and understand what the hell's going on. So that's the way I think you need to approach backtesting and what I'm trying to do. Now, I've obviously got to work on more strategies and do the same exact thing. And I need to actually put the strategy in here. I just thought of that. This was the IB strategy always. I need to put a column for the strategy name so that I can filter and do all that kind of stuff. Anyway, there's that. That's the back testing, and that's about enough for today, I guess. I'm going to do the market recap at the bottom of the hour as usual, and then the market on close and balance at 1450. And then the stream closes at 1500 every day. Every trading day, I start at 8 o'clock in the morning with a pre-market and a setup, and then trade all day, and here we are. So I'll be back at the bottom of the hour.